Hello, hello. Welcome to Action Theater Presents 1954 Immortal Classic The Seven Samurai. A good send deleted scenes will tell you all about the synopsis.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land. I am Deleted Scenes, human being American in YouTube Ronin, trusty sidekick for this broadcast. Seven Samurai, of course, released in 1954. Released in 1954 in Japan, released in November 19th, 1956 in the United States. Farmers from a village exploited by bandits hire a veteran samurai for protection. He gathers 6 other samurai to join him, and we're off and running. And they're a pretty disparate group. You have, like we said, you have the veteran samurai. You have this young kid who wants to be a samurai. Another fellow who professes to be a samurai but actually isn't. You have the sidekick guy, and you have the jokester, and you have the guy who might be the greatest out of all of them. So stay tuned for that. All right. So there are several different cuts of the film, but from if I'm understanding this correctly, Bill, we are watching the completed uncut version.
Yeah, this one here from Fandango at home runs 3 hours and 27 minutes.
This is a film that has had several different cuts through the years. There's a version that is 160 minutes, which is the one that played in America for quite a while until the restoration. There's a 202-minute version from Sweden. There is a 2.5 hour and a 3 hour 10-minute version from the UK, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, classic film. One of my personal favorites of all time. This, of course, inspired, among other films, The Magnificent Seven.
Yep.
And as we go through the film, I'll let you know my I have kind of an interesting history with this film, so really
Cool.
Looking forward to finally bringing this one to you, because this is one we've been talking about doing
for a long time.
almost since I've been on the show. So, yeah.
So we're happy to bring it to you today. Without further ado, we're going to start this film. But one thing I'd like to say is that as much as we'd love to bring you these films here on YouTube, we are restricted by the guidelines and rules and regulations of YouTube. So we cannot play these type of films because copyright, and we don't want our channels to get taken away. So anyway, without further ado, head over to the screening room. Should be posted at both chats. We're going to start the movie.
We don't want the ghost of Toshiro Mifune to be sent after us, because there would be be much bloodshed. So we don't want to take that chance. All right. Criterion Collection logo. Janus Films. If you have the Criterion Collection edition of this film, you can follow along. Of course, the old school Toho logo. I love this.
Yeah.
Always a great way to start a film. Here's a word about credits for Japanese films in difference to American productions. Is they credit everyone. Now, I mean everyone. From
horseback and archery. It's
yeah,
construction. That's I love
yeah,
I love the beat of the drums and the soundtrack they got going on.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you don't know what to think. It's like,
yeah. I know I certainly didn't the first time around.
like it kind of gives off the vibe of something that you just know is going to be intense and filled with a lot of drama. And boy, is it. Kind of reminds me of the cadence of the drummer boys. You know, they out like during the Civil War. It's kind of preluding to some type of battle or something. Akira Kurosawa. Do they have a HD Blu-ray of this?
And you see very early on why this is so adaptable as a Western, because at this point in time in Japan, it was very much the same uh, thing. You are post Civil War. You have the Ronin, the masterless samurai. You have then you got a lot of desperate people here, like these villagers who are just trying to survive, and then you also have uh, the bandits who feel that they have no choice either. Not that that excuses them still.
Everybody in this village is they're up, look to be at their lowest point and much despair. Deleted. Is this on
Yes.
HD Blu-ray yet?
I believe so. Yes. Okay, so Rikichi and his two companions here are going to go into town. hire themselves some samurai. But as you're going to find out, finding the kind of men they're looking for is not going to be easy. Personnel. First idea of how weather really sets mood in this film. Basically living in stables. And if I remember correct, the musician is blind. Correct, the musician is
Oh my gosh, look at them eyebrows.
Mm.
It's one giant unibrow. I stand corrected. That's a mega unibrow.
Hmm. All right, so we get our lead hero here. And for a samurai to do this is a big deal. Cutting off the top knot, shaving the head, and whatnot. He's not renouncing his life as a samurai, so kind of why is he doing this? Well, we're about to find out. The mother of the child that's been taken. And of course, our first look at Toshiro Mifune. The great oversized sword.
Hail to Daniel's Hot Topics. Welcome, sir. Hail to Willie's Movies and Music. Welcome.
Hello, Nate. Hello to Snorta Poopus Cuber. Hello, Corey. Hello, Andrea Black. JPRPH1. Tune to News. And of course, Connie Clary. Bird Woman of YouTube.
We're currently 23 minutes, 15 seconds into the film. Oh, no worries, Geek Flag with Nate knows. We understand work still present.
Mhm.
Thank you for dropping by and giving us a like. We do appreciate it. always,
And
always, always Geek Flag.
took him out with his own sword. And the Kanbei Admiration Society begins. Of course, as I said, the 1960 Magnificent Seven was a direct remake of this film. Went on to, on its own, inspire 4 sequels, a remake, and a television series version. And also a 13-episode anime series, which actually takes place in the future with robots. It's very, very interesting, very good, and sticks to the story pretty much too, and goes off into its own directions. Oh yeah. Here we are back to recruiting. Uh, of course, the idea is to is that a real well-trained samurai will dodge this. Is the idea. Hi, Kiba! Literally. Man down. Yes, lesson number 2 in how to fall. Hello to Lady Mist, Moji Queen.
Hello, Lady Mist.
Of course, this guy's not going for it. He knows it's a trick. He is just perpetually frightened through this whole movie. And the rice is gone. So this guy was his right hand man, basically. And when they lost the battle, he assumed that this guy had been killed.
We are 43 minutes, 40 seconds in. Did you get that? The timestamp?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
And move sort of closer because you know who this guy is. Hmm. Wait, what? Here we go. And, we get to the characters. Probably my favorite one in the movie. um, I mean, accepting Toshiro Mifune, of course. I mean, and they're all pretty cool, but this guy's pretty badass. He gave you every opportunity to walk, pal. And of course, that's the first time that Katsushiro has seen a man die, and it happens in this stupid duel that didn't have to happen. You know, of course, there's a lot going on in the background in this film. That's people running there because they just found out there was a duel and they want to check out the aftermath. And then there are other times when you never really find out what's going on. You just know that something did. That's like a good piece of hickory.
Yeah. Ain't nothing like a good piece of hickory.
Bam! Whoops!
Unibrow. No, it's mega unibrow.
Oh boy. The math ain't mathin'. Hello, to Lester Skeptic Tank Obsessions. Good to see you, sir. Get back here. Give me that varmint. And he's out. Here we get the introduction of Manzo's daughter. And he's going to start freaking out here because he's afraid the bandits are going to get her. Damn it, woman! Join modern day Hollywood. Hey, oh wait. Now, see here, ladies and gentlemen, you ordinarily would not be chasing around your half-naked daughter with a razor blade. At least I hope you wouldn't. In the immortal words of John Cleese, what's all this then? Yeah, what he said. I'm walking here.
All right, we're now at 1 hour, 5 minutes, 41 seconds.
And for those of you out there who might not necessarily be in the know, um, of course, you may be aware of the FX miniseries Shogun. That's a remake. And Toshiro Mifune here played Lord Toranaga in the original version in the 80s. Miniseries I very, very highly recommend if you've never seen it.
He caught a little fish.
Yes, he did. Dang it. I didn't get ahead of us. First, they finally get to the village, and it's a ghost town. Not the reception you were counting on. Alarm! Yeah. Hour 7. Oh, we don't say the W word. This is actually a pretty cool way to get a lay of the land here. So later on, when you get into the battle scenes, you know where you are at any given point. Thank you, Runs with a Fox, subscribing to Bill's channel.
Yes, thank you.
If you're still watching, I hope you're enjoying the film. The Cosme link is at the top of the chat. You can also sync up with us with your own copy if you have one. The film is available on 4K DVD.
Also, you can rent it on Prime Video or Fandango at home.
Mm-hmm.
Rent or purchase.
This is the uncut edition of the film. So sit back, grab some popcorn, and enjoy, because we still got a ways to go yet. We're a little over a third of the way.
Yep. Our current timestamp is 1 hour, 20 minutes, 5 seconds.
And in this sequence, you're also getting the teaching styles of these guys, too. They're all very different.
I think he just swallowed his gum. Howdy to Big Al Presents. Popping by to give a thumbs up. Well, we appreciate you, our friend Big Al Presents. I don't think that's a boy. I don't think that's a boy. Muzzle tough. It's not a boy.
Hello to Big Al Presents. Host of Films with Friends, creator of the 10 Word Review, and will be, you can see him later on tonight on Thursday Things as the guest on Edge Network. Like in that scene, he actually goes out of focus there at that one moment. Constantly practicing. Get back online and you will like it. And understand this, you are at war. And that is the first half. We have reached the intermission. So if you'd like to take a quick break, get yourself a beverage, grab yourself a snack, now is the perfect time. And when you come back, buckle up because the action in this movie is about to very seriously ramp up. We are at
Yep.
147.28 right now. All right. And I'm going to take my own advice, so I will be back in a moment.
Good idea. We are back from intermission.
Agreed. Hello to Orville Nation. Inspiration TV, good to see you. I do want to remind everybody once again, Big Al Presents will be the guest on Thursday Things tonight at 10 p.m. over on Netters Network. His latest review, which is part 1 of season 2 of Wednesday, is now up on his channel. Please check that out after the show. Yes, the civic improvements. Walls won't keep me out. They're built to keep you in. And off he goes. Whoops. Damn you. I stepped away before when you get the first scene with these two. This is probably one of my favorite moments of comedy in a film ever, you know. Drilling in the middle of a crisis, you know. Picking flowers, you know. Of course, those are the bandit scouts.
Baby, hi, sweetheart.
Get in here. Yeah, they're not in the mood, buddy. Oh, come on, please. Whoa. I got to think at least some of this inspired Yosemite Sam. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Problem. And there's the missus. His wife ran off and joined the bandits. Whoops. Somebody's cheating.
Our timestamp is 2 hours, 21 minutes, 7 seconds.
And we've lost the first of our samurai.
Are these the banditos moving in?
Yep. Here we go. He's done.
Does everybody still have a clear picture and sound in the Cosme room?
Yeah, perfectly fine on my end. How about everyone else? And the old man didn't leave the mill. Good evening to John Doe Juggalo. Good to see you, sir. Cosme link is at the top of the chat. If you wish to join us. 2 hours, 28 minutes, 30 seconds into the film. Rallying the troops.
He gets so happy when the bandits start coming.
Yeah.
I don't get shot at though.
Yeah. Set fire to the outlying huts. And remember, he was the one who didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave the Sax unguarded. Now he's changed his tune. Yeah. Now the mill's on fire. And now we get the reveal. Good for you. Lolo Yohei got one. But that dude wasn't alone.
It's a
Killed 2. Got one of the muskets. Roll credits. Oh wait. Yeah, I know.
we got a little bit of ice.
I'm a badass. I know. Okay. Or she escaped. But
What was that noise? Were they making some duck
uh,
noises?
no.
You tried a pecan duck? Pecan duck is good.
Shot two guys trying to desert. You know, in that angle, when I first saw this movie, I always thought that, like he shot him through the cheek. That's just like the helmet he's wearing. Mess. Whoops. Ah, yeah. Hey. And with our subplots cleared up, it's time to wrap this up.
Man, that guy needs some pants.
Broke his sword. He's gonna get surgical with this bitch. And that's the one that gets away. Catches Shiro, kills his first man. Nice ride, asshole. Mm. Dies from getting shot in the back by a guy who's half blind. Toodles.
Fallen comrades.
As I said previously, I was a big fan of The Magnificent Seven. And one time after watching it, my dad had told me that it was actually a remake. And that's when I first heard of Seven Samurai. And my dad, when he was in the Air Force, he had served in Okinawa. And while there, kind of steeped himself in Japanese tradition. And he had actually seen Seven Samurai on the big screen in Japan in a during a revival in the 60s. So he'd seen it on the big screen. And eventually, I think it was on one of those channels like AMC or Turner Classic or something, eventually showed Seven Samurai. And that's when he sat me down. And I watched it for the first time and was able to compare it to. Not only that, getting the chance to finally compare the two films, I basically became a fan, A, of Akira Kurosawa, and B, of kind of Asian cinema in general. You know, so it was really quite interesting, quite fascinating, and I'm a big fan of this film, which is why you didn't hear me a lot during the film, just because I get engrossed and I watch it. But yeah, this is one of my favorite all-time movies, and I'm glad that we finally had a chance to sit down and actually bring this to you. So thank you to everybody who stuck around. And we know it's a long one. Like I said, there are actually several different cuts of this, but this is the definitive version. All right, so
consult the scrolls.
So I consult the scrolls. Okay. As I said earlier, released in Japan in 1954, released in the U.S. November 19th, 1956. Estimated budget of 125 million by today's standards, and going on to gross over a million worldwide, which, for $1956, not bad. All right. Was nominated for 2 Academy Awards for costume design and art direction. Was nominated at the BAFTAs for Best Picture, as well as Best Foreign Actor for Toshiro Mifune and Takashi Shimura. Second place at the New York Film Critics Circle Awards for Foreign Language Film. Where it actually tied with another samurai film, the first of the Miyamoto Musashi films. Won the Silver Lion at the Venice Film Festival. On other awards. All right, I'm going to was filmed on location at the Izu Peninsula in Shizuoka, Japan. Filming began in May of 1953 and ended March 18th, 1954. All right. On to the trivia. 98 trivia items. I'll at least do some of them here. Filming had to be stopped several times due to a shortage of horses for the final battle sequences. C.J. Miyaguchi, who played the taciturn samurai Kyozu, had not touched a sword at all before this movie. Editing and careful cinematography were both used to give the impression that he was a master swordsman. I bought it. Toho pulled the plug on the project several times when it ran over budget, forcing Akira Kurosawa to go back and personally argue with the board of directors, which was convinced that Toho was making a flop. Was voted the 12th greatest film of all time by Entertainment Weekly, being one of two films in the magazine's top 20 greatest films not in English. Federico Fellini's La Dolce Vita is number 6. The movie is set in 1586. We learned during the scroll scene that the real Kikuchio was born in year 2 of the Tensho era, 1574, and he's now 13. Unlike in the West, Japanese convention considered a child to be at the age of considered a child to be the age of 1 at birth, year 1 versus being 1 year old. Okay, I might have read that wrong. Sorry. An often repeated myth is that the production of this film and Godzilla nearly drove Toho into bankruptcy. This myth neglects to mention a third Toho film made that year, Samurai 1 Musashi Miyamoto. All three of these films were the most expensive Japanese films made up until that point and were big financial risks for Toho. However, there is little evidence to suggest that Toho as a company was ever at risk for bankruptcy. The studio released a total of 68 feature films that year, the most successful of which were Seven Samurai, Samurai 1, and Godzilla, respectively. Regardless of risk, Toho would emerge as the industry leader in Japanese cinema. Often credited as the first modern action movie, many now commonly used cinematographic and plot elements such as slow motion for dramatic flair and a reluctant hero, to name a couple, are seen for perhaps the first time. Other movies may have used them separately before, but Akira Kurosawa brought them all together. Kurosawa's original idea for the film was to make it about a day in the life of a samurai, beginning with him rising from bed, eat breakfast, go to his master's castle, and ending with him making some mistake that required him to go home and kill himself to save face. Despite a good deal of research, he did not feel he had enough solid factual information to make the movie. He then pitched the idea of a film that would cover a series of 5 samurai battles, based on the lives of famous Japanese swordsmen. Hashimoto went off to write that script, but Kurosawa ultimately scrapped that idea as well, worrying that a film was just a series of climaxes wouldn't work. Then producer Satoru Motoki found through historical research that samurai in the warring states period of Japanese history would often volunteer to stand guard at peasant villages overnight in exchange for food and lodging. Kurosawa then came across an anecdote about a village hiring samurai to protect them and decided to use that idea. Kurosawa wrote a complete dossier for each character with a speaking role. In it were details about what they wore, their favorite foods, their past history, their speaking habits, their reaction to battle, and every other detail he could think of about them. No other Japanese director had ever done this before. Cameo. Tetsuya Nakadai one of the samurai who is seen walking through the town. This uncredited bit part is the second known film appearance by Akira Kurosawa's regular Nakadai, who would quickly become one of Japan's most accomplished actors. His active career continues more than 50 years after this film. Director trademark. Names. Kikuchio is a girl's name made up of two parts, like Betty Sue in America. That's why the samurai laughs so hard at the name. Obviously, Toshiro Mifune's character is illiterate, and it is a very subtle thing that the other samurai chose to tease him about the age and not choosing a girl's name. Kiku translates to chrysanthemum in Chio, 1,000 generations. This is, in fact, one of several occasions which Mifune's character in the Kurosawa film has the name composed of a plant in a number of years. Early in the writing process, 6 of the samurai were conceptualized, all loosely based on historic figures. For example, Kyuzo was based on Miyamoto Musashi, one of the most famous samurai who ever lived. Originally, Toshiro Mifune was meant to play Kyuzo, the extremely stoic master swordsman. However, Kurosawa and his collaborating writers decided they needed a character they could more identify with who wasn't a fully fledged samurai. So Kikuchio was created. Since Kikuchio didn't have a historic basis, Mifune was allowed to do an unprecedented, for a Kurosawa film at least, amount of improvisation in the part. Kurosawa did not get along well with Yoshio Inaba, who played Gorobe, deriding him and yelling at him for most of the shoot. Although Inaba appeared in a minor role in Kurosawa's Throne of Blood, he apparently found the experience of shooting this film so stressful that he limited the amount of film work he did after it. This was the first film on which Akira Kurosawa used multiple cameras. He wouldn't interrupt the flow of the scenes and would edit the film as he pleased in post-production. He used a multiple camera setup on every subsequent film. This film is often described as the greatest Japanese film ever made, including by well-known Japanese film historian Donald Ritchie and by Entertainment Weekly in its list of the 100 greatest films of all time. Interestingly, despite its widespread commercial popularity, it was not particularly highly regarded by Japanese critics at the time of its release, the early 1950s, and is now regarded as a sort of golden age of Japanese cinema. All right. In recent decades, Yasujiro Ozu's Tokyo Story and this film have consistently polled as the 2 greatest Japanese films ever made in both Japanese and foreign movie lists. However, the 2 master directors had radically different styles and approaches, were employed for the most part by different studios, and thus worked with different crews. In fact, the only person associated with both films is the prolific character actor Ichiro Tono, who played Numata, a drinking buddy of the elderly protagonist in Tokyo Story, and the desperate kidnapper who Kanbei confronts at the beginning of the film. Akira Kurosawa's ancestors were samurai, roughly up to 100 years before he made this film. After months of research, all of the 7 major characters in the film wound up being based on historical samurai. The first draft, written by Shinobu Hashimoto, was written freely as instructed by Akira Kurosawa and wound up 500 pages long. Kurosawa, Hashimoto, and Hideo Oguni wrote the final script over 45 days, taking no phone calls or visitors with few exceptions. The constant writing took a toll on their bodies, and sickness was rampant in post-war Japan. At one time, Kurosawa wound up in the hospital with roundworms. Kurosawa designed a registry of all 101 residents of the village, creating a family tree to help his extras build their characters and relationships to each other. Director trademark. Weather. Lots of scenes from this movie feature rain to accompany the uneasy atmosphere of the situation, most famously the final battle scene. The favorite film of filmmaker and Star Wars creator George Lucas. An episode of Star Wars The Clone Wars, Bounty Hunters, was even based on this film and was dedicated to Kurosawa. An alien character introduced in the episode, Embo, had a species named Kyuzu after this film's swordmaster. Was chosen by Premiere Magazine as one of the 100 movies that shook the world in the October 1998 issue. The list ranked the most daring movies ever made. Film wound up going more than 4 times over budget, with production stretched out to 148 days of shooting. Kurosawa refused to shoot the peasant village at Toho Studios and had a complete set constructed at Tagada on the Izu Peninsula, Suzuka. Although the studio protested the increased production costs, Kurosawa was adamant that the quality of the set influences the quality of the actors' performances. For this reason, I have the sets made exactly like the real thing. It restricts the shooting, but encourages that feeling of authenticity. The film's final battle scene, originally scheduled to be shot at the end of summer, was shot in February in near freezing temperatures. Toshiro Mifune later recalled he had never been so cold in his life. The choreography was by Yoshio Suguno. Initially, Junzo Sashimori was working along with Suguno, but he was asked by the Ministry of Education to teach in Europe during production. This was Kurosawa's first samurai film since Rashomon in 1950. According to Toshiro Mifune, the film was originally going to be called Six Samurai, because of course his character hadn't been created yet. It says, not only was this Mifune's favorite of his own films, but he named Kikuchi as his favorite role because he was able to be himself. At 207 minutes, this would be the longest picture of Kurosawa's career. Toshiro Mifune reportedly watched films of lions in the wild for inspiration for his character. Although the creative freedom provided by the studio, me talk pretty someday. Through the creative freedom process, through the creative freedom provided by the studio, Akira Kurosawa made use of the telephoto lenses, which were rare in 1954. Kurosawa quickly earned a reputation with his crew as the world's greatest editor because of his practice of editing late at night during the shooting. He described this as a practical necessity that is incomprehensible to most directors who on major productions spend at least several months with their editors assembling and cutting the film after shooting is completed. Toho Studios originally cut 50 minutes off the film when screening it for American distributors for fear that no American audience would be willing to sit through the entire picture. Hey, we just did.
Yeah.
When it opened, it was the most expensive Japanese film ever made. Included among the 1001 movies you must see before you die, edited by Steven Snyder. I wonder how many movies on that list I've already seen. I have to find it.
We'll have to do some investigation.
Yeah. As the production process grew longer and longer, producers grew worried that Kurosawa was spending too much time on the film. As a result, production was closed down at least twice. Instead of arguing, Kurosawa simply left to go fishing, believing that the studio had already invested so much money into the film that they wouldn't simply scrap it. He was right. According to Shinobu Hashimoto, the film originally started with the same bandits attacking another village. and the ultimate opening shot was what happened after that attack. Kurosawa decided to cut the attack sequence, believing that an unassuming start was the best way to open the film. Fumio Hayazaka composed several pieces for the film. When he played them for Kurosawa, the director rejected them. Desperate for something that would please the filmmaker, Hayazaka decided to play him a piece he'd composed and then discarded. Kurosawa liked it, and it ultimately became the samurai theme, the most famous piece of music in the film. C.J. Miyazaki wanted to turn down the role of Kyozu because he had never done any movie swordplay before. Kurosawa convinced him that he could make the sword scenes work through camera angles and editing, and Miyaguchi ultimately agreed to take the part. Shortly before shooting, he took a 2-day crash course in swordplay. By the end, he was so exhausted he could barely move when photography actually began. Toshiro Mifune stayed in character the entire time he was on set, and even improvised various comedic bits for his character. For the love scenes between Shino and Kachushira, Akira Kurosawa wanted to achieve a glittering effect in Shino's eyes. To do this, he used angled mirrors on the ground to reflect light up onto her face. Because of constant retakes, Kiko Tsushima's eyes were ultimately injured by overexposure to the glaring light. Ouch. For the scene in which Chisaku's mill is burned down by the bandits, the crew initially covered the mill in fabric in order to light it on fire without burning the entire structure. The theory being that they would then keep shooting at the location without destroying the mill. Ultimately, according to assistant art director Ishiro Muraki, this made the set soggy, and future takes only produced smoke, not fire. In the end, the mill was rebuilt and burned down 3 times in order to get all of the footage Kurosawa needed. According to Yoshio, I'm not going to, sorry. I can't. Anyway, according to this guy, for the scene where the samurai and the villagers burned down the bandits' hideout, the production had to have a fire truck standing by on set in case of emergency. But all of the nearby fire trucks spent the day fighting actual fires, so the crew simply had to wait for a truck to arrive. In the interim, Kurosawa and his crew sprayed gasoline around various parts of the fortress set in order to be sure it would burn thoroughly. When the time came to actually shoot the sequence, the fire started much faster and burned much hotter than expected, but the cast still had to actually shoot the sequence. So sorry, but did I? I'm sorry. When time came to actually shoot the sequence, the fire started much faster and burned much harder than expected, but the cast still had to work hard to get it done in one take. As Kurosawa shouted, "Keep going," off camera. The guy's name I can't pronounce had to approach the door of the fortress in an attempt to say, this is the guy who played Rikichi. Okay. In an attempt to save his character's wife. As he did, the roof collapsed, and a rush of hot air severely burned his windpipe. He also noted that by the end of the shoot, the fire had grown so hot that it burned the grass on the cliffs above the set. Kurosawa was apparently so stressed by the ordeal that he cried as firefighters extinguished the blaze. Okay.
Is that it on the scrolls?
No, there's more. Let me scroll it. Page jumped on me, folks. I'll make this as quick as I can. Shortly before filming the battle sequences began, heavy snow fell, which meant the crew had to water down the set in order to melt the snow. That, plus the scripted plan to shoot the sequence in a dramatic torrential downpour, meant that the cast was working in deep, thick mud. Because it was the dead of winter, the mud would often grow frozen, leaving the cast in their period-accurate sandals, freezing as they tried to carry out the action. Kurosawa himself, who stood in the mud with his actors, apparently grew so cold that he started to lose his toenails. For several scenes, particularly the climactic battle, Kurosawa knew there were pieces of action that he could only capture once. So to maximize coverage of the action, he set up 3 different cameras at various points on the village set, and later cut the footage together to create a dynamic sequence of events. This, combined with telephoto lenses that allowed cameras to zoom in on the action, created a revolutionary filmmaking style that Kurosawa continued to use throughout his career. When asked to describe what kind of film he made, Kurosawa responded, "A movie as rich as a buttered steak topped with grilled eel."
Eel? What?
Eel.
Wow.
This was Japan's 3rd highest grossing film of 1954. Takashi Shimura was Akira Kurosawa's first and only choice to play Kanbei. Takashi Shimura was reportedly a descendant of samurai. Lindsay Anderson compared the scene of Kikuchiyo training the villagers to Falstaff, drilling the troops in William Shakespeare's Henry IV. The character played by Toshiro Mifune has no name and is given Kikuchiyo by his companions. In Yojimbo, also directed by Akira Kurosawa, his character has no name. The one he gives to the bandits is fake. Production was so stressful that Toshiro Mifune threatened Akira Kurosawa with a gun. The film is included on Roger Ebert's Great Movies list. One of the 10 favorite films of Soviet director Andrei Tarkovsky. For anybody who doesn't know him, he directed the original Solaris. Watch it and see where Event Horizon came from. Kikuchiyo and Shinu are the only characters in the film to have their own personal musical themes. As is revealed when examining the family tree, this film takes place during the Sengoku period. This was shortly before it became illegal for the peasant class to possess weapons, with the samurai class being allowed 2 swords. It was also during the period of the Toyotomi Hideyoshi that Toyotomi Hideyoshi was the ruler of Japan, known as the Second Unifier, who put an end to squabbles between lords and responded to the growing influence of Western missionaries by an ultimately ineffective effort to banish them from Japan. As the minor wars between warlords had come to an end, many samurai lost their positions, with many of them becoming ronin or mercenaries. This was the lowest class of samurai. For the purposes of this story, we see a range of samurai from the lowest opportunist to the pure aesthetic. As stated by Shimada, his fall from grace was due to being on a losing side in a war. Ranked #1 non-English speaking film in a critics poll conducted by the BBC in 2018. The film is part of the Criterion Collection, Spine #2. This film has a 100 rating based on 91 critics' reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. When Kachishiro first meets Shino, she tells him she's a boy. By nodding only, she doesn't let her voice be heard. And in the ensuing scuffle, he accidentally touches her breast. It's only then that he realizes it's actually a girl and steps back. Among the grandiose visuals and cinematic merits of The Seven Samurai, this scene is rarely mentioned, if at all. However, it's perhaps more groundbreaking than any other. The film made in 1954, a man actually touching a woman's breasts on screen in Hollywood or in Japanese cinema was unthinkable, even if the script had made it so that it happened by accident. It was an era when even the bedroom scenes often featured two separate beds instead of a single large size adult bed, so as not to show even a slight reminder that people actually sleep together. Haruo Nakajima, who is the most well known for playing the title monster of Godzilla until 1972, makes a brief appearance as a bandit swiftly killed by Kyozu. So Godzilla dies in this movie, folks. As production on the film began to wrap up, the actor who played Rikichi, whose name I can't pronounce, I'm sorry, folks, frequently wandered off set to observe the making of the original Godzilla. He wanted to star in that film too, but couldn't due to his commitment to this film. He would eventually appear in the various sequels while continuing his work with Kurosawa. Kurosawa himself would visit the Godzilla set after Seven Samurai finished filming, since he was friends with the director. Real samurai armor was used in this film, selected by Japanese critics for Kinema Junpo as one of the greatest Japanese films ever made. Japan's oldest and most respected film magazine, Kinema Junpo, ranked it as the second best Japanese film of all time behind Tokyo Story. This film is in the official top 250 narrative feature films on Letterboxd. Many of the samurai can be seen carrying two swords. This practice was known as daisho and literally translates to big little. The big blade was a curved katana, which was generally used for dueling in combat, while the short sword, the wakizashi, was traditionally associated with performing seppuku. In terms of genre, this film could be classed as both a Shidaigeki period film and Chanbara sword fighting film. The Western owes much to the films of Kurosawa. This film was the inspiration for The Magnificent Seven, while Kurosawa's Yojimbo was the inspiration for Sergio Leone's A Fistful of Dollars.
Yep.
The sword carried by Kikuchiyo is a noticeably larger katana. This type of samurai sword is known as an odaki, or odachi, however they pronounce it. The archery scene in the film is kyudo, and uses a bow and technique very different from Western yeomanry. The name of Seiji Miyaguchi's character, Kyozu, isn't mentioned until almost the very end of the movie. For 2 hours and 50 minutes, his character is unnamed. I'm not sure that's true, but okay. The loud enthusiasm displayed in the wood shopping scene was the inspiration for John Belushi and his samurai character in his Samurai Hotel sketch for 5, and 5 subsequent sketches on Saturday Night Live. There are references to the farmers being so poor that they eat millet rather than rice. Gurabe says that it was so bad he could barely swallow it. Millet is often prepared by grinding it, fermenting it to break it down, and then boiling it to the point that it becomes a sticky brownish loaf. The smell and taste is an acquired one at best. This is a staple food in a number of impoverished locations around the world, including some rural places in and around equatorial Africa. The 2020 game Ghosts of Tsushima takes some inspiration from this film, among other Kurosawa movies. Movies such as The Magnificent Seven, A Bug's Life, and Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers are based on the movie. A remake of this movie was made in 2008, with distribution limited to Japan and allegedly only viewable on gaming machines. The actor Jeff Goldblum mentions this movie as one of his favorite action movies in an interview with Stephen Colbert in December 4th, 2021. I call him Colbert because that is his actual name, folks. Colbert is just him putting on airs. And I know that because he's a local boy. Believe it or not. We don't claim him. This is the last movie of actor Sojin Kamiyama. July 20th, 1954, he passed away just 4 months after this movie was released. The movie is divided into 2 parts in the DVD version, while the Blu-ray has the movie all in one. Kikuchio catching a fish with his own hands in the stream was something that Kurosawa himself had done in his youth. Although the film is usually referred to as Seven Samurai, on some occasions it is called The Seven Samurai, adding the in some material referring to the movie. The character of Kyozu is based on the 16th century master Miyamoto Musashi, who fought and won 61 duels won 61 duels and no losses, outperforming the nearest record holder by 28 victories. The fight between Kyozu and the challenger is reminiscent of Musashi's first duel, which was with an unskilled braggart who thought he could establish a reputation by frightening away challengers. Musashi downed him with a single stroke. In his most famous duel, Musashi killed his opponent with a single move, a sword strike to the head, while simultaneously having his own headband cut by a glancing blow, experiencing only the slightest injury. In the first close-up shot of Kyozu, one can clearly see that he has an injury by his right temple, which is an obvious nod to Musashi's headband incident. Kyozu later throws his sword at his attacker, one of Musashi's special skills, which would be a complete surprise to his opponents, his lethal accuracy in throwing his short sword. And if anybody who has ever seen Lone Wolf and Cub, in the first movie, that's how the lead character does in the villain, as he throws his sword at him and gets him. Kikuchio steals his name from a scroll tracing a family's lineage he is made fun of when he was apparently illiterate, as shown having taken the name of a 13-year-old girl. Later, when asked his true name, the other samurai laugh and say that Kikuchio's an appropriate name. Kikuchio responds by feeling embarrassed. The name Kikuchio essentially means thousand-year chrysanthemum, a name that might be given to a girl who has not yet reached the age of maturity. Kikuchio's wildness and immaturity are seen as being childlike, hence the humorous insult. There's a 5-minute-long intermission at the 1 hour and 45-minute mark of the movie. During this intermission, the screen goes dark and the movie soundtrack plays in the background. Tim Allen has said that this is his favorite film. Surprisingly, the film was met with disdain in the Akira Kurosawa's native Japan, mainly because local critics felt that the film was too Western-inspired. Kurosawa did admit that one of his key influences was the work of John Ford. Shooting took nearly a year and was entirely on location. Kurosawa stated that he wanted to make a film which was entertaining enough to eat. Hence the whole eel thing. The only 3 samurai survivors, Shiroji, Katsushiro, and Kanbei, were the first 3 title character actors to die in real life. Daisuke Kato died in 1975, Isao Komuro in 81, and Takashi Shimura in 1982. Minoru Chiaki, who played Hiachi, the first samurai killed, was the last of the title character actors to die in real life, 1999. None of
Okay.
the seven... I'm sorry?
You want to read the super chat you got?
Oh.
Highlighted.
Okay. Did Yojimbo go high and low in a hidden fortress, or did he ran the drunken angel in this film? No, nice one, Tim. Okay. Thank you for $5. Appreciate it. All right. All right. Cosme. I got a couple more here, and then I'll be done. None of the seven samurai are bested in sword fights, archery, or spear fighting by the bandits. All of the four samurai who are killed in the film are shot by a musket. The only one of the seven who fires a musket in return is Kikuchiyo, who is not technically a samurai and doesn't kill anyone with a shot. After Shiroji agrees to join the samurai, Kanbei in the camera close-up says to him, "This may be the one that kills us." And the picture then shifts to Shiroji. Kachishiro is standing behind him. Kanbei, Shiroji, and Kachishiro are the only samurai to survive. Ironically, Yukiko Sumikaze, who plays Rikichi's wife, outlived her on-screen husband. The first samurai to die is Heihachi, the fellow who was found splitting logs. The second was Garabei, who was the most jocular and happy among them. The third, Kiyozu, the quiet and serious one. The fourth of them to die, Kikuchiyo, the wild man samurai. All right. That's it. The scroll's closed.
Scrolls are closed. Yay.
All right.
Well.
Yes. Thank you too. Go ahead.
Next week, we could dip into Yojimbo, or we could do 13 Assassins, or do you want to do 47 Ronin? Which one should we do?
I do Jimbo.
Huh?
Yojimbo.
Yojimbo. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimbo. Yojimbo next week.
Yep.
Same Bat Chat, same Outlaw channel, same Deleted Scenes channel.
Yojimbo, of course, being the movie that, as we said, inspired Fistful of Dollars. And also Last Man Standing with Bruce Willis.
Yeah. A little bit shorter than this week's film.
Yeah. By more than half.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, so we promise next week will be the shorter film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you and I have been wanting to do this one for like a couple years now. Good.
Oh boy.
Yes, Tim. And yes, so Sunday, Western Cinema presents The Lone Ranger, Johnny Depp from 2013.
Okay. Put me up on still store for a minute there, Cambot.
All right.
All right. All right, FKHC 2005, sometimes known as Tim. Okay. I appreciate the super chats. Thank you for being here every week. But somewhere, someday, wherever and whenever you least expect it, vengeance will be mine. I will watch your Lone Ranger film. But just remember this face. It is the face of your doom. Okay.
Well, White. I mean, it could have been this year's Snow White, which I've never seen yet, and I don't really plan on seeing it. A good one, Tim.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to keep you folks waiting any longer.
No.
I'll just say Saturday some karaoke and Western cinema, Lone Ranger on Sunday, and always remember to be excellent to one another. Party on, and we'll see you on the next one. Deleted.
Right. First off, we had more than 70 people watching us live. So thank you all very much for joining us. Even if you did not take part in the chat, perfectly fine. You don't have to, just as long as you enjoy the show. Hit the like, share out the stream. If you come upon this broadcast after the live stream is over, I do want to once again remind everybody that this film is available on 4K and on DVD, other social media. It is available also on Amazon Prime, as well as Fandango at home, where it can be seen uncut in its original intended form, which is how we saw it this evening. I do want to thank Tim once again for the super chats.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. We appreciate them, and we appreciate you.
And as I always say at the end of every show, from HQ, our second home office in Arizona, in all points north, south, east, west, and beyond. Good night. Take care. Stay strong. Be safe and healthy, because this is how we win. Join us next week for your Jimbo.